Alright, so we're coming back from where we left off. Yesterday, I wanted to keep going, but the moment I turned off the stream, I basically collapsed and I was like, I'm too tired. So maybe halfway through today, I'll try to work on the indie game blockout world thing, and we'll see how that goes. I wanted to try a couple things though before that and try to push the sculpt further. I'm gonna get the chat loaded here in a second. There you go. That's the chat. This a little bit. There you go. Testing that. Okay. So one thing, I was watching Nico's sculpting tutorial, and one thing he mentioned was the FOV, and we have it at default 70, but he mentioned the idea of setting it to like, I think like 88 or 90, so let's see how that feels. And sculpting in 90. This is 90. Let's see what 88 looks like. A little bit less. It does feel more, uh, it does feel a little better maybe. Let's go to 90, see how that feels. Yeah, let's try 90, why not? We need to work on the hair. Let's see how it looks rendered. Okay. I'm not gonna probably stream as long today. Today's my second day off, but so I'll have some time, but um I just don't think I have the energy to do like another 10-hour stream. I also woke up late today, so it's already basically almost 2. So half the day I did other stuff, but um the day's basically kind of half done. Did we delete the camera? I think we did, yeah. Let's hide the extra stuff, like the lights. I wanted to jump into making a rigify rig for it, and then kind of getting the pose, and then placing it into a pose very early, and then possibly finding ways to kind of work backwards, so we could keep adding to the T pose, and then apply it to the rig, and then apply the pose after the fact. So that workflow will be interesting. The hair is kind of bugging me, so let's just jump into the hair today, right now, right away. Let's say what we did. Let's copy the head, and it'll clean up the back as well, because I feel pretty happy with everything overall. I can see a lot of bumpiness in the legs, which is kind of bugging me. Let's see, let's go to material preview, solid mode. Rendered. Interesting. I don't really see it happening in solid mode, but I see it in rendered. Like, I could see this area being lighter, lighter. Let's open our reference. Potentially, having the perspective different will also adjust how we see details, and potentially it'll make things better. Let's see. I feel a little like I'm lagging behind compared to yesterday. It's weird. I did binge watch a little bit of YouTube earlier, so maybe my brain's a little fried. Um, but I guess doing something is better than nothing, so I'll just take it slow. Like, don't pressure myself to go fast or anything. Just get like one step in front of the other. Yeah, okay. Got that reference open. And let's go to sculpt mode. See how this feels if I put it this way. You see, I moved the 3D mouse earlier. to type more, like it better. I put it out of the way so I could type, but I'm trying to find that sweet spot in front of me again. Let's go to smooth brush. Let's look at tools. We're on smooth. Let's switch it to surface, which I think generally is softer, but potentially it would get rid of like noise detail that's happening there. I think I don't like what's happening with the hip as well. So see what we could do there. I want to try something else too. This might be bad, but I want to see what happens. So I don't like this sharp separation of the butt muscle. Say, I want to try copying the the UVs. The wait, what am I saying? Oh man, I want to copy the normal data from the body to the butt, and then potentially it'll transfer much or translate much easier. I think YouTube music is crapping out, which is a bummer. Let's see if I can go straight to YouTube and play music here. Something's weird. Something's happening there. So just go straight to YouTube instead of YouTube music. Play Inception. Let's see. See if that works first. Oh, that works. I don't know why. Cool. So I got the music playing. Wait, what? Oh, that's so bizarre. It's skipping. It's skipping through the music. They're all red. Maybe that has something to do with it. Something weird's happening. Let's see. Oh. Wait, I have to come back. I think. Be back a sec. That's how I think something weird happened where the music I think was copyright strike. I'm not really sure. They had a playlist on YouTube, but they were all like highlighted red. So I'm gonna switch to a different soundtrack there. Okay, this is good. So I wanted to try transferring the data. So let's say the butt, go to data transfer, and we'll click on the body. And then I think it's face corner data. That actually works really well. But let's see. Let's see if I can get the bottom to work. Something doesn't look right there. Ah. I guess it's because the normal data inside there is just not matching. So the top looks really good though. It just completely disappears there, but the bottom's like bad. Let's Let's see if there's other settings that could potentially fix that. Let's see. Base data, smooth, freestyle. Best custom. Whoa, that's trippy. Just trying to see if there's other settings here. Let's go back to that other thing. Oh, it's loading, it's stuck. Topology, nearest base. Mark style. Freestyle mark. This one takes a while. Okay, that didn't help at all. So I think maybe to some extent we can't really deal with the bottom being bad. Is it worth the let's see what this setting does. Above threshold is set to mix. So none of this is really doing anything. Okay. So going from this to this. It really looks good on the top, but then the bottom looks really bad. Is that worth the application there? This would be like what it would look like if I merged down and made these one. But up until that point, I kind of prefer having it separate for the control. But I guess we could just temporarily put them on just to see what it would look like if I did combine them without actually combining them. That could be a reason to use it. Let's see what this looks like. This one might not work because what's below is basically nothing. So it's like emulating if there was nothing there, like this. It's like if you look, you don't see anything. So in this case, it might not work. It works on the edges because that's kind of ideal, but then in the middle, it does not work. So we could do the thing we did yesterday where we just make a copy of the model, merge them together, and then tell it to reference that, which would work. But I'm kind of getting the effect of like those cheap 25-cent gumball machine bouncy balls, like the translucency of it, like the subsurface scatter of it. I guess it's just to get an idea for like the silhouette too. So it's like looking at this shape kind of works, I guess. Let's get rid of this though. And since we're focusing on printing it, having the normal data like fake it to me, I guess, isn't going to be helpful for printing. Let's see, let's make sure we're on the right object here. We're on surface. Do I need more geometry here? Or maybe I'm just like not... I think I should save out at this point. I kind of feel like it's safer to save. Let's see what this looks like here. It's at 90 millimeters. Let's do this. Let's make another save file. So I'll save out as 3. And then I'm going to delete the backups here. So let's hide what we have here. I'm going to hide the rendered camera as well, or the render filter, so it's like less buttons to click. I might also hide this, just have visibility tab. That's like less clicking. So I'm gonna hide the character. Let's look through here. So this is the back character. This is an older version. You can see the topology is pretty heavy, I think. Okay. Let's look at this one. That's the hair. That's the old head. That's the legs and torso. Let's do a comparison here. This is basically a full copy here if I do these three. But it doesn't have the feet though. Let's hide this for a second and bring back this. Why can't I select this? Oh, oops. Let's make these all selectable. And I'll hide it again. There you go. So, click this guy. This is the old reference character. Side. Make my reference a little smaller. And then let's turn on the new character. The lighting is kind of favoring this one because it's centered, but get an idea for if we like what we did from before. Let's see, I'm going to use this. This will be the center zoom, and I'll use that for the space mouse. Let's hide the cursor. I'm comparing like what I did with the here. So this, at this point, we didn't merge the legs here, and we merged it here. I think I don't like the abs. What's happening with the abs? The legs need more shaping as well. This one's a little thicker, I think. Let's look at it from further away. The face detail gets lost here, but that makes sense. It's really small and far. I'm looking at the silhouette of the legs. It has more curve on the right. The thighs are thicker, which might not be a bad thing. We lose definition on the chest to ribcage. Let's see from the side. I think I really want to redo the hair though. Looking for the back. It's getting blown out here. Let's see if we can go solid view and see if there's more. So we added more detail to the back leg, which works, I think. We define the inside spine area on the left side there. Let's look at from the inside bottom. So this one doesn't feel good right there, but this feels better. Let's look at it from this angle. I think this feels better on this one, so I could try to reincorporate that here. I don't like the noise that's happening here as well. I kind of don't mind the smoothness of the ribcage here. What about the boob shape? Yeah, kind of, it's like it's like whatever. They're slightly different, but it's like whatever. I don't like the dimple I did there, so I'm gonna get rid of that. We could add more definition to the neck, but that's kind of risky, especially if it like poses differently. Let's compare the faces. So this one doesn't have oh, it does have the divot. We actually made a copy somewhat recently then. I think I changed the way the noses look though. It's hard to tell. I can't tell. What about the eyes? Okay, so we did sculpt in the eye there compared to this eye. Yeah, what about the eyebrow shape? Yeah, they're the same. What about the chin, under the chin? Yeah, they're the same. Okay, well, I think it's basically the legs. So, like, midsection and legs were the main things that were changed in the butt. Okay. So, I'm going to delete this one because it's now in the other Blender file. And let's look at the other parts here. So we could look at the hair. Compare. You could also maybe, can we hide this as a single piece? could see how that feels, bringing in the old hair. I think the head's smaller now, so this hair feels big. So I could try to make it smaller to match. It also covers the face more, which is kind of cool. Let's see what feels about right there. I kind of like the bangs. Let's look at rendered mode, see how that feels. It's still really volumey. It's like a big ball, which I feel like doesn't work. I think something slimmer would be cooler. We could risk deleting it. Get rid of it as a reference. Yeah, I might as well delete it now. Let's bring back the other one. We'll work with it, I think. Let's see where we can go. I might start over with it too. This is the old face. So it's kind of more sleek and pointy. Looking at it from the side there. I think I like this one better, so let's delete this head as well. Let's see what the legs are doing. Okay, I'm gonna delete these two. So we basically cleared out our backup folder now. Looking at the other setting. What's this? The sphere. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna save this and let's look at the file size. I'm just curious to see. I want to try to stay low. Where are we here? Okay. Wait, that can't be. What? That can't be. No. It went from 600 megabytes to 70 megabytes. I think that full body copy was huge, actually. I don't. So it went down 1/10 the size. It's like 10% the size. Crazy. So I don't feel so guilty. I don't feel guilty like deleting or deleting all that. I think it was good that I trim it though, like after every save, because otherwise it'll balloon up. It'll be like 2 GB to save, and I'll be like, should I risk saving and wasting another 2 GB? But so let's sculpt the leg a little bit because I feel like doing the hair will be a whole thing. So we could actually make a copy of everything too and not merge. Let's see what that does. So like let's say we save. Do these have this one doesn't have, this one probably has one, right? Yeah, it says a multi-res. Let's try it. So what I was thinking was I'll grab this, duplicate it, put it in a new folder. I'll call this one char. I'll just call it char. Oh, I can't do that. Char 2. And then I'll put char 2 inside backup. And then I'm going to save. And let's see what the file size looks like. Okay, so it basically doubled. It's now 141. So it's still better than what it was. But I get to retain all the separations. And the modifiers, I don't have to worry about like applying the modifiers. So let's hide that. And back to here. Just make sure that we have a copy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so let's go in here and I could just start sculpting and I don't feel so bad like if I mess something up. My reference, what are we seeing here? What am I seeing? I think this area comes forward more. Let's see, so seeing this, smooth it. Let's grow it a little bit. Source grow, and then smooth. I'm gonna try to add some volume here. Let's switch to solid mode. Turn off adjust strength here. Let's try to increase contrast and shrink it. See if I can smooth that away. Flip the mask. Oh, okay. We could always go back, so let's see, what's the button I want to hit? I feel like out of it today. Let's see. How do you clear mask? Okay. Let's use what's the density? Okay. What about the draw brush? And then I'll make the brush harder. Do I have this? Let's see. We don't have symmetrize here. Let's try adding symmetrize. Am I in sculpt mode? Oh, it's right here. Remesh and then symmetrize. No, that's not it. Where's the symmetrize button? Remesh, is that it? No. Oh, it's right here, symmetrize. Let's add the quick favorites. I think that's the same as my object mode symmetrize. Or edit mode symmetrize. Is it different? Symmetrize mesh over here in edit mode. Is it frozen? What happened? Scope mode. The mesh tab disappears. So it's probably different. There's a merge distance on it too. So that's merging x to negative to positive on x. Let me see. Are the fingernails separate? Oh, they are. So I could definitely I could symmetrize right now if I wanted. Let's isolate it, see if there's really anything wrong. I think so. Should I symmetrize and see if there's anything noticeably wrong? It looks pretty symmetrical. Oh no, wait. Like if I draw a line right here, maybe right here you lose symmetry. But it's pretty good. But I'll try it anyway, see what happens. So go boom. Wait, my sculpt mode. Symmetrize. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so now it adds that extra edge in the middle, which in our case is good, I guess. I'm also kind of curious if this direction is correct. So like, let's say I'm working on this side and symmetrize. Wait, actually, let's undo that. Let's turn off mirror. Symmetrize. Okay, so it's grabbing stuff from this side to this side, so I have to change that. I'm going to favor my right side. So if I do that again, yeah, that's kind of what I want. I like the right side. So where is this? I think it's going to be fine now. And then I'll turn this back on. Okay. So this is actually more accurate now, more symmetrical. Get rid of that thing. Save. Maybe what we also should do is work further away. Just an idea, so we kind of don't get lost zoomed in. Let's see what the smooth is doing. It's gonna work maybe this far instead of zooming super close. Let's see if I could use the draw brush here and then push this area. Let's accentuate this this clavicle and smooth it, and then use the grab brush and pull out this area. Or we could try using the clay buildup here. Let's turn adjust for strength again, and let's actually try something. Let's try raising the spacing and see what that happens. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Let's put it back down to 2%. Make it stronger. Yeah, that feels really responsive to me now. I like that. Deselect. And smooth that back out. Wait, I mean, that's not clavicle, that's spat. That's the, what is that called? It's the, scapula. How can we get, you know what, let's hide these hair pieces because they're kind of in the way. Combine them. Let's call them braids. Hide them. Save. Okay. We got like a weird point there. That's interesting. Ooh, that's weird. And it doesn't look like smoothing works on it. That's interesting. What if we go in with the grab tool? Huh. Weird. What if we symmetrize now? Still there. Interesting. What if I purposely inflate it? Do my best to like get rid of it here. Let's say turn off symmetry, tuck it away on one side, turn on symmetry, symmetrize. Boom. That's kind of cool. Let's turn this up a bit. Let's do the same thing here. Just tuck it to one side, symmetrize it. Okay, that went away. That's cool. So that's one way to get rid of artifacts there. Let's use the switching this a little bit. Let's use the draw brush. I mean the draw sharp as a draw places where we want kind of like a. It'll look like when you. What the middle will look like it's coming forward more. Call it. Why am I like? Why is my brain not working today? Let's see. Let's let the smooth be really smooth here. Let's see what happens. There we go. Smooth that out. Just to suggest it. Let's use this scrape brush here. Flatten this plane. Maybe pull this area in too. Blend the scapulas. Is that right now? It's like 0.08. Let's go lower. Let's control it with this. So we'll add more detail and remesh. Oh. I think that was bad. Let's sample what we have right now. Let's see what, oh, okay, so that's what it is. Let's just change this number to a flat number. So let's go 5. And then remesh it. Save. So we added slightly more geometry, and then right after we could symmetrize. Did I destroy the nails? I always destroy nails. No, I didn't. Okay. So we just worked in the back a little bit. Let's go to the front. I really want to try to get this ab to work, but I don't know how. Let's see. Let's use the draw sharp here. Let's make it sharper. So we're trying to suggest the shape of the center abs. I think this area should be flatter, so let's go with the scrape brush. I don't think it should dip this fast, but I don't know yet. Like this stuff should come forward more, I think. Like, let's get this to sphere. Like, I think this all comes forward more, actually. Like, I think this comes up here. It's like that. And then this kind of kicks us back more like this, I think. And then back to draw sharp. Kind of like this. So this is the separation point where I could start to suggest, I want to rotate, like, I want to do this, but I want to do it with the mouse. Well, like, you know what, I could just do it with the, 3D mouse, actually. I just realized that. So it's not always about just spinning around. I could just literally add tilt when I want. That's cool. I didn't think of that. That's cool. You could do it through navigation settings and turn on trackball, but it's harder to control, I think. I just have to figure out where to put this 3D mouse because it's kind of in the way. It cracks my, because I have to reach over and type, so I always crack my shoulder when I type. It's like kind of in the way. Let's see, I think the rib cage comes lower. Let's see. Let's see what the geometry is doing. Okay. Let's pull this down. Let me see. I want to add more geometry this way. Let's see. What if I do this? What if I could inflate it. what if I do draw sharp, but then I make it feel like an inflate brush, like this. So the center is doing a lot of pulling. Let's see. So that's what it would look like. Let's see what inflate does. Mm, I think inflate's still better here. Let's see what this looks like. So the point is a bit more centered there. Yeah, I think I like inflate better here. So we're kind of slowly pulling and rounding out the bottom here more. I could make my smooth weaker as well. So we're just kind of averaging and smoothing and rounding. What's happening here? Is this bad? I think this is bad. Let's see. Let me try to get a reference for the side. Okay. I think I should look online for another reference here. Oh, my shoulder cracks. Ugh. I like this one a lot actually, but it's not really a side view, but I might use it. Let's see. There's one that's pretty good, but their arm is covering the side silhouette, so I can't really use it. Mm. This one's pretty good. Okay. I'm just kind of picking maybe a handful of different ones that kind of have something, but then they're not really on their own very good. But okay, so I just got, I think, 4 extra images to kind of reference in PureRef. Oh, there's a 3D scan here. I'll try to grab that one too. Okay. So let me tab around. Okay, let's try this one. So I think in there, this one, this, let's try to snap this back downwards to see. Is it? What snaps the camera again? I don't remember the shortcut. Oh, it's middle mouse. Do I have middle mouse on this thing? My pen? Oh, I do. Okay. So that snaps back, so everything is up and down again. Straightforward, straight up and down. Okay, what am I doing? Stop it! I keep hitting Alt. I think this gets pushed in more, I think. Why does this feel so weak? Let me think. Let's make this stronger. Using the draw sharp to kind of suggest like the muscle separation there. I don't remember what the muscles do here, but I just imagine like a pit here. Let's use scrape here. Maybe I could just use clay. Let's see what clay does here. Yeah, I think clay works here. So I'm using draw sharp to kind of, let's just call it draw. I use draw to define like where things, like the edges of things, and I use clay to like add or remove form, kind of. It feels like I easily get stuck noodling and deeper, like when I start using clay. It's like, oh, okay, I could kind of go in deeper here. Maybe it's a good thing. No. Let's use some plate here. So I don't know if I should do stuff here. Maybe I'll suggest something like that. Use like clay again. What I'm thinking of is like this curve, or like this shape. Uh, let's use draw here. think this comes out further like this, I think. Let's add like a little bit of a suggestion over here. Like that muscle that goes up your neck. I want to tilt the camera. I don't want to go too far up this with this because when I pose it, it might look weird. So okay. I might dig out this area. I'm not looking at reference right now, which is probably a bad thing. I want to unpinch this area. I'm going to pull this area in more. Like that. So it has more of a neck muscle. Maybe even more. I'm gonna make the neck a little thicker, I think. What does that feel like if I do it up there? Yeah, it's better. But add more neck on the back, I think. Just round it out. That. I'm gonna smooth out some of the corner parts of the deltoid, so it's like loses a little volume, becomes more rounded. I think there's like a knot of muscles like right here that I'm missing. I don't know if I want to do it though. Let's see. What if I do this? Just draw a circle. That kind of works actually. draw sharp and just draw a circle and smooth it out. Yeah, that kind of worked. Just draw a circle. Yeah, that kind of worked. Smoothing out this side. What if I use the draw sharp in this corner? Let's see what happens. I think the reference has this really straight and flat though. Let's see what it looks like. I think that's bad that it's doing this. If I pull this out, and then undo, redo, undo. I kind of like it when it's not super thinned out like that, so keep that. Let me think. Let's try adjusting the hip spot. Let's see if I can find a reference for the hips. I think the belly button is actually higher, so I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna go higher here, like up here, I think. And then kind of use the draw brush and pull this area out more. Here. Switch to this guy. Gonna pull it up as well. Like it's too far in. I think I had to change this design later, but now I'll just reference it there. More. Something like that. Let's make the obliques more of a thing. Let me think here. I think how I should do this here. I think these come lower, like this. And maybe they also come out more. Let's mirror them again. Add a modifier and generate here and turn off merge. And center their pivot. And I'll tell it to mirror based on my cube. So we kind of get a better placement here. I could always easily just remake these two, so I'm not like this has to be the one I use kind of thing. I think they look more comfortable when they're further apart like that. Now when I pull them in, I think it looks better overall. This. I'll just do here. Now let's do this. Okay. They're slightly suggested, but not really there. Let's use projected move. Tucking in the bottom there. Let's save. We can also make a copy of our last one and kind of compare like where it is. Let's go back in here. I kind of want to add a shape like this so that the rib cage has that shape to it. Yeah. And then to maybe smooth out this transition more. I want the obliques to really be a thing here. This is more interesting. Oh, that's weird. Let's see. Weird. Let's see if we could easily select and remove that stuff that's like geometry. There you go. And let's see if I grab it and see what it looks like. Looks like we have some weird artifacting. Let's delete dissolve edges, see if that gets rid of it. Does not delete edges. Looks like that fixed it. So all I did was go select. Select by trait, loose geometry. Nice. Let's go back to sculpting. I think potentially we could stretch out her midsection to make it so we have more room to work, but I'm not going to do that just yet. I want to see what we could do here. Let's make like this kind of be where the pelvis is. Let's use the clay brush here. Be like, hey, this is the pelvis bone protruding right there. Let's use the draw brush to kind of further like show this edges. Smooth back out here. And then I think what happens is this is going to be where the pelvis bone is. But I'm going to make the obliques sit on top of it. So how am I going to do obliques? I think what I want to try, let's see, is I want this to, we could inflate, we could do, let's try this, let's try using the draw brush and drawing this curve out. And essentially it comes up to here. So I'm noticing like I need more space here, I think. So let's try pulling out the body and making it longer. I just feel like that's the right move. Let me move this aside, this reference. So what's like the best approach here? Because it has multiple pieces. If this was ZBrush, we could do a transpose master. But we don't have that here. We could combine all the pieces that are going to move. Oh no, what did I do? I hit the wrong button. I didn't mean to do that. Where am I? I went into walk navigation by mistake. Okay. Snap my camera back. So we could grab, so what I want to do is grab this. I know I can move this with sculpt, but the problem is if I combine them, I lose this modifier, which I kind of want to keep. I lose this modifier. I lose, I think that's it really, but I don't want to, and then I have to go through the trouble of separating them again. I could, okay, this is 200 IQ right here. So I could apply a material for each piece that I want to keep separate. Oh no, but then I lose the modifier still. But I could technically apply a material for like this guy, head, the hair, and then that would let me separate them by material, which would work. But um, I want to keep the modifier, so that won't work. The other thing I could do is I could pull this manually with my sculpt the body, and then I can manually realign everything else just vertically. So that would be a possibility. Potentially it won't be the same thing, but potentially we'll accidentally line it up in a better way. So that's another possibility. I might try that. I might try that. So, oh, be right back a sec. Okay, we're back. So we had some food, got some coffee. Let me see. I don't know if this will help at all, but I'm just gonna type in chat. I'm gonna type the word back, so I have like a timestamp. So it might be useful, like kind of going through the video and then like as you like scroll through to be like, okay, so this is at the point where I came back. Uh, Let me see. Look at the reference. Looking at what that looks like. Let's do something like this. Let's see what we did so far. And then we'll just do like a quick test. So I'll make a new folder. I'm gonna grab everything, duplicate it, and I'm gonna say visual draw me to the mesh, so it applied all the modifiers. I'm gonna combine it, and I'm gonna call this one chart test. And then we're gonna isolate it. And then, so I wanted to do a quick test to see like if it would feel better if I sculpt grabbed everything up the top. So if I went like this, and then I grab this top half. Probably should try on symmetry. Let's do that again. Okay. Oh, that's still not symmetrical. What? That's weird. I thought it would be symmetrical. Oh, okay, the symmetry is not uh, zeroed in. So before we do this, let's go all transforms. And now if I, there you go. Now it's like correctly mirrored. Okay. So my idea is, can I blur the mask? Smooth mask, shrink mask, sharpen mask, clear mask, decrease contrast, smooth. That's not really doing what I'm thinking. Making smooth and grow it. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Just kind of smooth the crap out of it. Okay, and then let's flip it. And then go to the move brush. And then, that looks funny. Let's just place it roughly where we think it should go. Like that. Okay. And then see how that feels. So this is before, this is after. You can actually see the feet move, which is kind of bizarre. Oh, I know what happened. When I did decreased contrast, it lowered the strength of the mask below, which I wasn't expecting. I never used that, so I didn't know what that did. That's why I moved everything. But I can see if this is the original. This is the new one. And it can kind of spin around it. So I feel like it's too long now. Let's go back in there. Just drag down a little. Do our best not to destroy the face. What's interesting is when I make it taller, I ultimately make everything thinner as a consequence. Is this identical to like the old one? Let's see if I go undo. So to kind of get the same thinning effect, we could technically like squish in things like this. but keep the height, and that'll make it thinner as well. And when I stretch this out going up, that means everything could go thicker as well. So this is our second attempt. See what it feels like. Let's drag this to the side, and then we'll compare it to everything else. So we made it ever so slightly taller. You can actually see if you go side view and look at this height here. It's actually almost identical. So, or we can actually look at the bottom here. Yeah, it's almost identical. So I think we're not gonna do anything. It's an interesting test, but it was good. We got something out of it. We didn't get progress technically, but we got knowledge out of it. Or we tested it, made it really thin and tall. We're like, I don't know. So back to this one. Still got food in my throat, so I keep coughing. Oh yeah, so we were doing like the obliques. Let's look at the reference. So I think this is like the pelvis bone protruding. And then I wanted like the obliques to kind of sit in there. See if I can find another reference online real quick. I think they're called obliques, right? Am I spelling it wrong? Or am I talking about the wrong muscle? Okay. Got some good references here. Yeah, I like these references a lot. So this might really change the way we're going with this shape. It's exciting because potentially this will work out. Potentially it won't. And I scan a couple of the other images to see if there's something else. There's one right here. Okay. A couple different ways we can go. A couple of references are they're making it so like the thigh isn't the widest point, but rather the hips are. Let's look at this one here. Okay. Looking at the shapes there. This one. This one's a great reference as well, so I'm gonna say this one too. Okay. It's hard to tell when I have too many references that are not really relevant, but I guess having more in some cases is better, so we'll have a few variations here. Okay. So we'll see. Let's dab back over. Let's just keep our height right now and we'll work with it. Let's bring this coffee closer. Put on my glove. Okay, so let's go to sculpt mode and kind of want to make this curve more flattened out here. I'm looking at the way where this curves in, so the peak happens here. Let's make the peak happen little offset, so if you go from direct side, they don't follow the exact same shape. Do I want the stomach to come out more? I could do that. But again, I don't want it to be straight line like that. Let's go lower. So maybe the point where it turns is like right there. Like that. Still not sure what to do with where this happens. I'm gonna push in a lot of the form on the inside there. Can I get away with like pinching this? Let's see. Where's my phone? Do I like that better? It kind of brought the legs, it made them thinner, which I don't mind right now. Let's use the scrape brush. Let's use it to define like this plane a little bit more. I'm not gonna like make it super hard edged, but now this kind of feels like a triangle, which I like. So the muscle kind of connects here. I want this part to be the peak of the shape, this. And then I want to kind of smooth back in between. This angle looks really boring. Like the leg. Let's look at what's happening with the leg here. We could pull it in. That might be interesting. Let's see what that does. So we pull in the muscle mass there. Huh, that actually kind of feels good to me. What I want to try too, maybe, is we'll make the hips super wide, like this. Like we'll make the hips really wide. The hip bone's right there. Okay. It's like insanely wide now. We'll add obliques, I think, to help smooth this, make a transition there. But the hips will be the wide point. And then maybe this has more of a transition as well. We're using grab brush with projection on, so we can kind of control the silhouette. And then a lot of the reference actually have the leg mass like not max out here. Well, actually, let me think here. Let's try this. Let's see what happens when I squish this in. Okay. So squash that in. It feels better, kind of. Let's smooth out this. Let's use projection smooth. Just kind of smooth silhouette more. Grab brush. Sweeten the grab a little bit. Trying to get that curvature like very straight, clean, like that. Okay. I kind of like that. I kind of like where I reduce the volume, and I'm kind of focused on like now I can kind of build it back out because I've reduced it. I've reduced all that volume that was kind of not working. So now it looks like it's just straight up muscle mass. Let's see. This protrusion might be too insane or intense, even though it's like kind of working. Let's go sphere, grab sphere. I like this curvature. of the muscle coming up like this. Let's go side view. So something is not working for sure. Let's see. This transition feels really bad to me. Let's see, let's back out a little bit and see what's happening. So I'm kind of liking the hips coming out like this. It feels really solid right here. But then it's like up here, something's not working. let's use the draw brush. Maybe chop away this area a little bit. Let's use clay brush. Actually, no, let's use scrape. Let's see what scrape can do for us. It feels like it's too truncated or something right here. So this is helping us define some planes, potentially. So from the side, let's do something heroic here. So let's use projected grab. And let's do it from side view. What if I like pump out the chest like this? What if I do that? Can I do that? Is that worse? Is that better? Is that... So it doesn't look any different from here. There is some shading difference there. 3/4. Oh, we moved the hands by accident because of projection. So let's not do it. See what it makes us feel. I don't like it. Okay, let's look at from the 3/4 here. From the back. Let's turn on sphere mode based again. Actually, let's go back. Let's see what happens if we pull that up. Does that work for us? Just pulling it in more. Let's change the angle of this here a little bit. So we're really we're taking away all the fat muscle. I mean the fat volume. And kind of resetting it almost. I want the part to be, let's see, let's go to sphere. Sphere moving. Let's define the obliques a bit more here. Right now I'm just kind of smoothing it out. I'm kind of jumping over here, but let's go to the scrape brush. Oh, this is a crease brush. What's the crease do? Oh, that's not very good. We just didn't really set it up, so let's go to crease brush. I mean, strip brush. And I want to like very lightly reduce volume here. And I wanted to kind of emphasize this as a plane and also take off volume from the leg basically. I also don't mind if this bump thing happened higher. So let's smooth that. This bump thing happened higher, like up here. Smooth it. Okay. Let's also kind of do the scrape thing on the back inside as well. See if that makes it feel any better. Ooh, that's weird. I guess it's because it's so close to the other side, it's like affecting it, pulling it out. Let's use the grab brush and just pull it in, I guess. See if that can help us here. Okay. So this makes the legs look thinner and long, or they make it look thinner and ultimately longer because they're thinner. And we'll try to add like mass back after. I just think we slowly like made them too thick and it didn't feel right to me. Take this off. So now they're very skinny. Okay, I just feel like this area is really suffering. So let's save. And let's pull this in here. Let me think. What if I pulled this in? Does that work? No. Let's go to the boob. No. Let's go to the boob for a sec. And let's apply this mirror. Turn on symmetry. Let's also delete the transforms on, so we could sculpt it. Okay, that feels better to me. Let's jump back down here. Looking at what's happening. I think what we could do is let's add mass back here. Like that. Let's pull this area up higher. Let's pull in the shoulders a bit more. Let's flatten this area. Let's also pull in the hips a bit more because I feel like it's a little too extreme there. Let's pull in this area, this front part. So the center shape right there kind of comes diagonally in more. Have the knees kind of tuck in more as well. Let me see what's happening here. Smooth that, and I'm gonna try pulling this up really high. So it's flattening it, and also what's happening is as this is coming up, this angle, this triangle is becoming wider because I'm pulling this up, so it's like widening. Before it was like more of a V, now it's more of like a, I don't know, a flatter V. Okay, what time is it? So we have about, I'm drinking coffee now, so this energy will last for about 4 hours. So by it's 3:30, so about 7:30 we'll start to get tired again. So hopefully we'll get something done within that time. Let's see. We should probably also do like snapshots. So I'm gonna snapshot this to get an idea of where I am with this. And then I can compare and be like, oh, that's right, we were doing this and this, and then did this actually work? Even though it's like a very subtle thing. Looking at this, let's look at the geometry, what's happening. We're okay. I was gonna say if it was too weird, I think I could also remesh at that point, and it's very simple to do, but we're okay right now. I kind of don't like what's happening here, so we'll smooth this out. So I think I've been using this metal nib on my Wacom tablet for about, let me bring this out a little bit, for about a week now, and there hasn't been any notable scratches, and we did feel some catching still. I'm not sure exactly what's causing that, but generally speaking, it hasn't squeaked at all compared to the plastic default nibs. I would say so far I would recommend the middle nib, especially if you're like light-handed like me. Let's see. So I'm adding the bleaks more now using the inflate brush. Smooth out this area. What I'm really looking at is highlight, and I want to make sure that stays the peak for the shape. I can use the scrape brush again to kind of shave away inside and kind of make that more of a plane shape and make sure this is the peak. And that kind of goes over here, and then maybe you can inflate that corner. Let's make it more linear and weaken it as well. Yeah, so then you get that round muscle. It's going to be generally smooth though because I think there's fat on it. So. Okay, so let's see what we could do here. Looking at the shape there, I think we could squash the legs closer. Potentially squashing it too close would cause issues with rigging with the skin weights, but maybe not. We'll see. Let's see what I could do here. I want a sharper thing happening, so let's see if we could do that here. Let me try to get rid of this edge. Yeah. I'm just gonna use grab brush and squish in there. This is like a technique I used to do in ZBrush to create like a crease edge. So I'm just squishing them in there, smoothing a little bit. And then we can see what happened there. I'll smooth it again. So now we get like a crease edge there. Something's not working right there. It kind of works now. I just kept smoothing it. Okay. What else? What else? What else? Was it good that we pulled in this face there? Or do we keep pulling it out? You can keep pulling it out maybe. Let's save. So I think the most sticky out point is like right here, not down here, which was what I had. So I'm gonna go back to grab brush and switch. Let's actually try sphere first and see what happens. So this is grab brush sphere. Looks like it kind of focused more on this side. Oh my god, I'm spinning. Okay. Let's undo that real quick. Let's try grab with projected and see if that gives us better results. We could also try a softer transition there. So that one went all the way across. I kind of like that better, so let's undo that real quick. Redo it. Kind of like that better. We could do something similar here. So I'll just mask this area. Try my best to keep it kind of clean. And then, what am I doing? Inverting the selection. No, I'm not inverting. Let's use inflate brush here, see what happens. So it's showing like that inner mass there. Again. See how that feels. So the outside actually stays really thin, but then the inside bevel like bumps in like that. Maybe that's what we're going for. Okay. Let's undo that. Or deselect the mask. Smooth it out more. You can also maybe make this more rounded as well. What is this? Inflate? Yeah. So I'll make this really rounded. Just pull in the middle. Like that. So it's more rounded. Okay. So now we have a like a angle there. I feel like the butt's not matching, so what's happening with the butt here? What could we do? The butt's just not working here. Look at it from the side. I think we could also maybe not do such an extreme angle for the hips. Maybe that's the factor. Like it could go higher, maybe like this. How does that feel? Undo. It makes the legs look longer too. Before and after. So we brought the hips up higher, which kind of creates a problem where now I'm taking more and more space away from the rib cage potentially. Maybe we need to move the what do you call it, the belly button down now. It was so high before. Does that look right? I think we have to change the butt. I just don't think it's working. So let's move the butt down and in more. Like that. So now the flow. Oh, there's some. Again. Let's see. We push the butt down now. Looking at this shape. There, that works to me. That works to me. So it's like boom. I want this angle. So this one goes down this way, so this is higher. So I want this one higher. So push in the back there. So now it's like that. That looks more interesting. The legs look really long now. Let's see, I'm not looking at reference right now, but let's use the scrape brush here. Kind of thinking of like this the shape of the, I think it's the tibia. Not the tibia, is it tibia? Or like I think the where's the draw brush? This is draw. So like I'm imagining like this shape of the bone. And that's like right now that's the peak of the ridge right there that I just drew. Smoothing it out a little. And it's probably more wider here, like this. Could use the grab brush and just kind of squish that in. And all this is kind of maybe kicked in more as well. This kind of kicks in. Might use the projected brush for this. Looking at the silhouette of the leg there. So let's follow that curvy thing. That curvy thing. So higher, lower. So I'm gonna do the opposite down here. So it's higher, lower. So I'll bring this stuff down on this side. So the peak of the curve is like down here. And the peak of the curve is higher over here. I'm not sure what to do here. Let's see. Push this in. Smooth it. Just making it curve. So this is like a short curve and this is a long curve. Maybe that's more interesting. I'm not sure. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Let's look from the back. I might also chop away a face here using the scrape brush. This side. This is kind of helping define this side of it. Also, it's getting rid of some of the volume. Gotta smooth it out on the inside. Get rid of the edge there. Get rid of this edge. Feels generally better. Let's squash this down a little. And maybe pinch this area. This doesn't feel good here. I don't know why. Potentially it's like too long here, but I don't know what to do. I could maybe also see what it looks like from far away, and then that could help us decide what to do here. So we removed volume from the thigh, which made the leg look longer. The torso looks truncated. We could potentially crunch down and reduce volume from the knee, and then give more volume to the hip, or the so that's a possibility. Yeah, part of it is also like how stylized do I want to stay or go. Let's see. Like this knee could come down more, I think. Let's see what the measurements are. So like let's say let's add a cube. Add a circle. Let's add a cube. And then use it to measure how tall this is here. So roughly where the knee is. Let's see what this side, oops. Let's see what the size is here. So the top half is really high. Let's see where I want it to be. So like let's say that's where the top leg ends. Let me add a subdiv. So saying that this is the halfway point. Actually, you know what? This isn't going to work. Let's see. So what's actually happening, because they're on their tippy toes, it should be like right here, actually. Let's see what this is. So this is still, the bottom is still too long. Okay. So let's find the halfway point here. And then that's generally where I need to be. Use this one as a measuring thing to show me that that's the halfway point. Okay, so based on these cubes, I need to bring the knee down. Let's move on the side. Let's see, let's grab it, save. Just pull them down. Let's see what I could do here. Potentially I could pull this forward more. Just generally going to aim to put the knee at the middle of the line there. It's going to thicken the leg overall. Give more bend on the top there. that. This thing looks a little boring. Um, let's try bringing down the pelvis now. Save. And then I'm gonna delete these guys. I want to pull down the pelvis. What's gonna go with it? This is gonna go with it. Doesn't have a mirror on it. We can't symmetrize or remesh when I do this, but I think we're fine. Combine it. Save it. And then let's see. Let's look at the length of the torso. So let's make another cube. Let's put it roughly where the end of the feet are. And then say like the head is like right there. Let's add a midpoint. Okay. What's this point like? Let's just see what this does if I add these cuts as well. Let's see if this works too. See if it's matching up. So roughly where the knees are, I think I need to bring this down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 heads, kind of. I'm gonna bring this down more. It's like a head height, kind of. I wonder if this is too much mass there. Let's put this aside. And I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to delete the top. Fill this hole. So that's our reference for how high to go. Let's save. I kind of want to use music, so let's see what else is playing here. Let's see if music.youtube is working, because earlier it seemed to be bugging out. Yeah, it's still bugging out, I think. Yeah, something weird is happening there, so. Oh, my shoulder's cracking. Oh yeah, that's weird. Like all of the music stuff is like skipping. That's weird. Okay. Kind of want to listen to that one soundtrack with Christopher Nolan in it, that dystopian movie where they chase down people making art or keeping art. What was that called? It was like we had gunplay in it. Uh, um, He's talking about, oh yeah, there you go, boom, he found it for me. Equilibrium. Let's look up, I want to listen to that soundtrack, so let's see if it works here. So, oh yeah, we come tab back over. Let's try pulling down the hips with the grab brush on projected. Let's see. Let's see what happens if I do that. In this case, we're making it thicker and lower. Thinner. How's that feel? We do that. That's funny. How does that feel if that happens? We just stretch down the middle. It's hard to tell. Okay. Something just doesn't work with the chest here, so let's widen it. I think that's what needs to happen. I think it needs to widen this. And we could maybe reduce the deltoids more. Does that help it? I think that helped a lot actually. So we widened it. Let's see what happens when I pull back this area more. So we're kicking back the shoulders more. Looking at the side. We made it thicker, so we stretched it out, which made this feel thinner. Let's push in this inner side. Let's actually use the scrape brush here. Just reduce the volume in here. We're gonna lose detail, but I'm kind of thinking of the planes more than the actual like the details in there. So we lost the scapula, but I want to see how it feels if this was flatter here. What's the geometry at, by the way? This is at 7. It's almost 800, which is pretty low, I think. Let's see what this looks like from the side. I think reducing the deltoids made a lot of sense there. Let's see what this is doing. Let's actually thicken the clavicle. And let's pull it down. What does that feel like? I feel like it works better from the top again. But I think it just feels bad right here. So one thing we could try is squashing it there. What do you think? It could also be the boob. Let's hide the boob for a sec. So, call this boob. Let's save. It could be the boop placement throwing us off. So let's try to get it working without the boop. And then we can add the boop back. And then we could see like what's happening with the forms and everything. I'm gonna use the scrape brush and shave away edges there. Okay. Need these cube references anymore? I don't think I need them. I'm happier. I think it's a bit better, so get rid of them. I'm not going to make it exactly like the halfway point. I think it's okay if it's not perfectly the same. I want to try to save this rib cage. It just does not work. Let's see. Let's go to this one. Oh, I gotta go again. Be right back. Again, just got off a phone call and gotta kind of get back into the flow. Cat hair is like all over the place. It's crazy. Okay, gotta get my glove on and I'll try to figure out where we left off here. Save. What were we doing? Let me see. Okay, that's so I think this torso is too short. Maybe one thing we could do also is because the neck is so long, we could probably pull up the torso from the top part like this. So now the neck, this area, we're sacrificing like neck length for torso length. But if we like make this straighter and flatter, let's bring up the shoulder parts, pull them in more. Kind of listen to the Riddick soundtrack. So let's bounce over there. I love that the soundtrack where they're running through the burning sun planet. So weird. It's skipping again. I think it doesn't like the playlist. There's something buggy with the playlist right now. Let's see if we could get out of there. Yeah, it seems to play fine without a playlist, so I guess that's the issue. Let's see how it feels when we jump out here. Okay. Let's carve in a little. How do we carve in? We could use the grab brush to carve in here. Sphere. Use the scrape brush again and just chop away some volume on the uh, edges there. Let's use the grab projected and I'm just going to pull in this area. So I'm looking to make that curve exponential. So it's like it's feeling better. Potentially, let's change this curve as well. So we're going to add back some of the trapezius muscle there. Let's use the draw brush. And we'll add volume here. This will be the trapezius. So generally, I'm going to try to define that edge more. We did it with a single brush stroke. I don't want to like overlap it in some areas, so we'll emphasize it by chopping away with the scrape brush on either side. And we can also maybe use the inflate brush. Again, I'm doing it with one stroke, and then the scrape brush we can kind of do whatever we want with. And I'm kind of analyzing it by like rotating the camera and looking at how it reflects right here. So I'm seeing that edge stay consistent, which is what I want. So we just kind of define the trapezius, I think. I think it's called trapezius. Let's pull this out more. Let's let it come over the arm even more. Let's straighten this out a bit. Make it more curvy. We could do something with the elbow, but I don't want to do too much right now, so I'll just suggest it right there with a bump. Also might pull in this area. I feel like it's too exaggerated. I'll soften this curvature a little bit on the arm. Make it like a bigger curve. So I want the peak to maybe be offset as well. So the peak up here will be here, and the peak down here will be down here. The shape could be better. Let's use the trim brush, or the scrape brush. Let's call it trim, why not? There's any other brush called trim, right? In Blender. Let's like make sure. I want to see, because it feels more natural to me to say trim. So there's nothing called trim, so I'll just call this trim. I'll call scrape trim. I'll call the scrape brush trim. I'll call the draw sharp draw. So we're defining the planes, but it's also defining this highlighted edge, which kind of leads to the elbow there. So it generally feels better to me. I might round this out more with the move brush as well. Let's look from a distance and see how that's working. It looks like it's bowing now, which is bad. Possibly because of what what I did to the shoulders. I basically flattened them so all the mass is gone. I think what I should do is pull this up here. Let's do something kind of crazy. Because I'm gonna probably remesh at this point. I want to see what this would do. So you see how it feels from here. I want to like grab this geometry and squash it in and then remesh, but I have to separate the butt before I do that. Let's see. I'm trying to decide if I want to do this. We could emphasize the shoulder back. That might help it as well, so I might not even do that. Let's smooth everything out a little bit. Go on with the smooth brush. Just gonna average out a lot of the stuff, the seams, the brush marks. Okay. Just gonna get rid of the obliques a bit too. Let's use the inflate brush to pull this back more. I think I destroyed the shoulders. Oh, that looks like an accidental brush mark. That might have been a move brush right there. Let's see if we could scrape it back in with the control scrape here. Or let's try the fill brush. That might help us actually. We don't really use fill often. Let's see what happens. Yeah, not really seeing it helping me here. Let's try inflate. Let's try inflate. Smooth. Inflate, smooth. Inflate, smooth. There you go. Just kind of tapping to smooth it. I think the mass is too big here on the leg. So I want to pull this in. So let's try that. So let's make this thinner. What if I grab silhouette? Let's see what that does too. So we're making the lower leg taper compared to the upper leg. Let's turn off grab silhouette, see if that feels better or not. I'm gonna smooth it a little bit. Let's grab silhouette again. Just making it thinner. There. Let's try pinching this area. Let's see what that looks like. Let's try adding volume here because I think it's getting destroyed here. So grab. Let's try. Pulling down the deltoid. Hmm. Let's cut away some geometry in the back here. That. Guess we could do the same here, I guess. So we're basically drawing or suggesting where the obliques are right there. Um, I'm gonna decide if I want to add another one here, like right here. Does that make sense? We try this. Let's look at another reference here. I actually really like this one, graph silhouette. I don't know exactly what how it's really differing, but it feels good, especially around grabbing silhouettes, obviously. But I'm still doing it like on the inside like this, but I don't know. So this is suggesting like the rounded nature of the shape there. This is pushing in the form there. You scrape here to kind of unify it and kind of make that shape more like a cylinder. I think right here might be where we could use the draw brush to push in. Like this is where the obliques stop, I think. Use the scrape brush. I think that's working, I think. This is the pec muscle here. And this is kind of going in here. We could pull out this area, push in the top part of it. Pull down the hips, the pelvis more. See how it looks from the side. Let's pull this down. think this stuff comes out further right here. This comes up higher. And I think the bottom of the arm actually, I could do this. Pull out the form of the bottom of the arm like this. I think the back of the muscles come lower than the front. And then the front's actually higher. That. It's going to smooth out some of the details. Let's inflate the inside a bit. Let's use the fill brush. I think I went too deep here, so. Help us kind of fill in the transition there. And also use the scrape brush to chisel the edge there. I think we should draw a line down the middle. So I'm gonna use the draw sharp, smooth, and save, and then down the middle. I don't think it continues down here. Save it. Let's pull this forward a bit more. Let's make this angle more exponential. The way this flow happens. Let's make this one also have like an exponential curve on it. Like that. Let's use the fill tool and kind of I don't know if that worked for me. Let's try the inflate brush. That doesn't work either. Let's flatten do for us here. Flatten actually works. Let's show that the rib cage is happening up here. See what the shape's like here. I think I need to do something. Let's pull up the arms more. Just kind of make the basically sacrificing more neck for more more neck for more torso. Let's make the top of the neck more thicker. Let's make the deltoids more prominent again. Let's scrape away some of the front of the deltoid. Let's pinch the outer arm a bit more. Switch to silhouette graph, see what that feels like. I want to make this edge more prominent, so I'm going to use the scrape brush. Define that edge right there. Let me use the draw brush and pull this edge as well. Use the draw brush and paint in that little bump on your hand. Okay. Let's also paint the bump on the back of the or underside of your elbow. I'm gonna draw on both sides of it, smooth it out so it's like kind of there. Use the scrape brush again and just accentuate the corner of the back of the arm there. Might grab it and pull it up here. Use the inflate brush to kind of fill the shape a bit more. I need to look at more arm reference, so this is kind of a shot in the dark for me. But I think that's better. We're constantly shifting the height so the arms aren't moving, but the height's changing, so that's kind of also really weird. We're probably also doing some things right, but then some things are wrong, so it also feels really weird. I might add the boob back. Okay. Let's see what the hip's doing here. Might pull these out more. I think it'd be cooler if this one came out even further like this. And then this one kicked in, so the angle is like really kicked in like this. And then below this point, let's see if I go back to graph silhouette. Let's kind of round this out more. How do I want to do this? Let me take some drink of coffee in a sec here. Looking at the references. I think they have a slower moving thing here. So if I go, so from this angle, the shift happens much slower, like that. And the inside part. Turn off grab silhouette. Looks like grab silhouette and projected kind of counter each other or something. It doesn't feel like they work together, which is interesting. So I'm creating a very subtle shift right here, and then it goes, trying to curve it, going down the leg. And maybe it'd be cool if it like kicked in more at the bottom. Like using the grab brush and slowly pushing it in. I want to push it here, but I can't because the leg's in the way. It's kind of an issue. I just smooth it a little. Take a moment to just take a break. Okay, so let's go back really far. Let's change the rendered mode. Let's bring the boob back. Let's see what the boob looks like. Hide the boob. I think this boob doesn't work. Oh, that's weird. Solid view. It's much more noticeable in rendered here, so we have to change that. Let's compare to where we had it before, and we can see if we're going the right direction or not, because it's very hard to tell what's happening from an incremental standpoint. Let's go to character. So this is the old one, and I could do a side-by-side comparison plus a snapshot. So select the hierarchy. Wait, let's make sure we deselect first, and then select hierarchy. Then move it back. Let's see if I can move it back, and then compare. Okay. Let's use the 3D mouse. Save. Actually, let me do this. There you go. Then so we can kind of compare. So I feel like right off the bat, the thighs look more interesting in the old version. The hips look stronger, or the hips look stronger in the newer one. But the legs look worse. The old one, I think, has slightly more interesting curves in the legs. And the side of the butt area where the hips are, it doesn't work as well. Yeah, this one feels more like curvy and strong, and the newer one just got really weak. So in a lot of ways, I'd say it went backwards. The back as well doesn't look as strong. The butt got pulled down as well. The shape of the legs still, I think, worked better. The bottom part, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe. Let's look at the arms. Potentially got worse. There's more detail in the neck, which is interesting. The deltoid got destroyed, kinda. What the arm? About the same. Maybe the first one was more dynamic because I kept it longer. This angle, the deltoid's kind of messed up. I think the stomach is stronger, but everything else is weaker. What about like the neck transition? Neck transition feels maybe slightly better on the newer one. The back. What about the shape of the back of the neck? So that one's pretty flat. This one's much wider. Kind of doesn't feel like it makes a difference there. Actually, maybe this one looks better. Okay. Let's try a different view. Try rendered. This has high contrast and light. This one feels better still. I mean, I guess it's unfair because you also have more hair or like more interesting shapes happening there. So the question is, do we try to salvage where we are now, or do we just reload from the past? Looking at that. Is the head size okay? Let's try to salvage it as much as we can. We'll give it like an hour, so it's 5 till 6. We'll give it an hour, and if I can't save it, then I'll just reload. See if top down shows me anything. I think a part of it was we also sculpted on the hands with no reference for the arms, so that could have potentially made it weaker. Let's pump the legs. So the reason to keep it is the stomach and the neck area. Let's see, what about the shape of this torso, or the chest, or the rib cage? The old one looks fine. What about like the length of it? Yeah, well, I mean, they both feel like they're not working, but this one's still... Yeah, let's try saving it. Try saving it. Okay, so back to solid view. Let's go back before we moved it. And then I'll hide it. And then open this up again, and I'll save what we did. So we kind of have a mental image of like what was lost now, what could be better. One thing I think I want to try is I want to pull back the arms more. So I want to keep that exaggerated like longness of it. I want to really pump the legs more, I think. So let's try projected inflate. Let's see what that looks like. If I did that, undo, redo. Huh. I don't know if I like that. Let's see, I'm gonna pull back this area. See what graph silhouette does here. Let's see what I could do here. I'm gonna separate the butt. So separate these parts. Combine these. Let's look at some butt reference. Let's bring it up more. Let's let it dominate the back here. Let's see what happens with that, how that feels. If we dominate, let this kind of come out real far. Let me think. Like let it really come forward here. All the way to the side. That feels a little better. Let's see what I could do here. Let's use the grab silhouette again. So the widest point in the leg is like right here. It's like parallel to the crotch. What if we made this like rounded like this? What does that feel like? Does that work? Let's raise this strength. I feel like strength, the brush of the strength brush is really weak. I mean, smooth brush. Make it really strong. Oh, that actually feels really good. Let's kind of make it really rounded and curvy. I guess this is basically adding fat. It's like really rounding out everything. Let's see. So this is the pelvis. And the obliques are kind of really coming up high here. Pulling it out and I'm smoothing that. Where should I go here? This angle might be wrong. Let's see. Let's try drawing the like where the rib cage is happening. Is that too low? Is it up here? Oh no. Like that. Maybe there's like a divot right there. Why is it laggy? It's so weird. The Something's causing the lag. What did I do? Every time I use it now, it lags. Huh. Yeah, there's a noticeable lag now. Oh, it's because I turned this off. Yeah, that was it. That's interesting. What if I do this? Oh, that doesn't lag. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe another part of it is the position of the belly button isn't actually correct. Let's use the draw brush. Redefine the shape of where the stomach muscles are. Let's try drawing this way. I think rounding it out helped a lot. Can't tell. Let's see. Let's see what we did so far. Kind of redefines the deltoid more. Go it this way. Like going outwards or upwards? That's outwards. Make it outwards and just keep it flat maybe. Use the pinch, just like crush it more. Let's pull this area. That's what's happening here. Just making it like a single line curve. That's better. I think this is mushed together too much, so let's try to save this. Let's separate it again, so I could go. Wait, let's do this side. Near, don't merge. So now if I go to edit mode, oh yeah, that's bad. Let's look inside it. See, let's go to surgery mode, see what's happening. Can I go inside with the space mouse? Look around. The center point of focus is really off-put though. Can't rotate correctly. Ah, right. Let's see, let's go to X-ray maybe. What's happening here? What am I looking at? Let's see if the selection modes will do it for me. Let's see. Loose geometry. I don't see any floating geometry. I don't know. Try it again. Mirror. Don't merge. Then we can go to edit mode. They still merge. Let's change the center. Oh, yes, do auto transforms, see if that helps it. It might not matter. Like, let's say I apply it. And then let's say I go back to edit. Maybe it's because of this. Oh, it is because of this. So we're okay. So go back to the point where it's still with the mirror modifier. Yeah. Okay. So oddly, I think it works. Okay. Cool. So this is fine. Save. What if I do this? Do that, redo it, do it. Okay. I'm curious, does this go in itself? Yeah, it does, which is what I want. Why does this feel bad? Let's make it round around the bottom. Let's make it come out more. So it has more of like a wider feel to it. Let's add more, let's inflate the middle part more, not the bottom. There you go, so it curves in like that. Smooth out the inside a little. Inflate, smooth, inflate. So that transition feels better to me. What's smooth doing here? Might be too strong for this density, so let's weaken it. Actually, you know what? Let's not weaken it. Turn this back on. So it considers my brush strength. Actually, no, you turn it back on. Turn it back off, I mean. Then we'll just weaken it. I think I get cleaner results with it off. Let's make the center round off in the middle more, not the bottom. That feels better. I'm gonna pull this more to the side. So from the side you could start to see it, and then it feels wider now, which is okay with me. Let's maybe push this in. Oh wait, this is mirrored, no wonder why it's not working. Okay. Push it in this side. Let's say that I did. It'd be kind of cool if you could sculpt on the mirrored side, because I don't think you can work on the mirrored side. It's like a phantom. Let's see, what do I want to do here? So looking at the shape. Um, it's the grab brush. Maybe pull out the middle part more. That bump from the obliques, I think. Hmm. This. Okay, squish this side in. What does that feel like if I squish it in? Still not really feeling the front. Something's just way off. I don't know what it is though. Let's pull this back maybe. Just use the straight brush, flatten this edge. What about the inside? Let's try to accentuate this. Try to see if we could fix this shape here. I'm just going to stick it in like that. There you go. That's the belly button. Let's see if we can use a smooth brush. Let's just do. Hmm. See if we could kind of smooth this area out and then go back over it. Something just does not work. Potentially I'll start noodling and not really be focusing on anything in particular and get lost here. So it's kind of scary that I might get lost here. I think we pull up this is oblique though. Where's the try to redefine where the hip is. Brush. Just pull this area. See what that looks like. We could use the elastic. Let's How does that feel if we do that? I don't know if I like that. I think we're moving it. Hitting the undo button. I think maybe we don't have enough undos. That's okay. We'll work with it. Let's see. Let's flip it and then see if we could kind of squash in the faces here. Oops. Can we change the way this mask works? Oh, we can. Damn it. There you go. What if it was kicked in like this? What does that feel like? Smooth it out. Like we really kicked it in. Like that. What does that do? And then there's like that one leg muscle right here. That kind of protrudes right here. Maybe clay brush is better here. Let's try clay brush. It's like this muscle right here. Something like that. It gets really messy in there. That makes sense. And then flip it. Would it go this far back too? I think this gets pinched in more. This spot right here. Let's see, just grab. I think this gets pinched right here. This gets pushed in like this. Here. What's happening here? Let's let it go into, let's see what happens, how that feels. I imagine let's go higher. Let's apply the mirror because I keep doing it. So imagine it's going higher. Let's pull this back. Let's use the draw brush to pull out the middle, running along the outer leg there. geometry in here is pretty bad, but I think it's worth doing a rematch on this. I think I want to bring this stuff down as well, so let's do that. Let's see what happens if I can just crap it down. Let's say this stuff just kind of comes over this. See, I like that better with the knees lower. Don't think I will though. Let's bring it higher actually. See if we can go back to the point before we did this. I don't think we can. We can't. Okay, so it's okay. We'll still remesh it, so. I think I want it higher, so. Like here. This looks boring to me, so let's try to change the shape of it. Okay, that looks more interesting. I'll remesh that away later. Stomach area just doesn't work, so let's pull this in more. Let's make this in quicker. The stomach's just not working. This probably shouldn't be the furthest point out, actually. That's probably what it is. So this one should be in more. And then these should be out. So this part actually goes in. I even forgot I had that there. Should probably actually delete it for now because I feel like it's in the way. Let's define this as the new belly button. This. There you go. I think that's what a big part of it was. This was not supposed to be at the apex of the curve. Yeah, it feels so much better. What else? using the draw sharp here. Drawing these grids almost. Maybe it would help us define like certain angles. Let's make the trapezius kind of curve more naturally, and then the front part will be lower like this. And then this kind of drawing like kind of where things are happening. And these lines are kind of showing like the contours of the body as well. I think this angle is too quick, so let's add more mass to the obliques there. Let's pull in the back of the leg here. This doesn't feel good here. So it's been an hour since we said we could try to save it or give up on it and then kind of start from before. Let's move this center line going this way. Look at this, I could see the center line there. Let's move it there. Try to make the plane more prominent there. Okay, so let's back out. Save. Save. And then let's try to remesh this. Save. And then I'm going to go to Sculpt. Let's make a backup of it just to be safe. Put it into backup. And let's go remesh. Actually, no. Let's do a scope mode remesh. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it's always different. That's interesting. I didn't expect that. I thought it would just be a uniform color pick of the density, but it's different. Let's not get too tied down to that. Let's just color pick it and say we're happy and remesh. Okay. We're at 1.4 now, which is I think higher than what we were before. Let's smooth away this stuff here. So we've added more density. So potentially we'll run into more problems, but we'll see. Save. Let's use the draw brush and then kind of cut away this area. Kind of want to pull this in more. She's projected. Yeah, that feels good to me. Then I think this leg is not working. Let's try doing a scale brush maybe. Let's see. Let's look at the leg. So the knee actually always had trouble with the knee. Let's see, how can we fix this? Let's use pose brush, see what we could do here. Scale translate. We might struggle here. So we can kick in the legs like that. Oh god, it's laggy. Oh wow, that does not like that at all. Let's try squash, that might be what I want to. Let's increase the, let's lower, or let's increase it. Let's do a custom fall off. Let's pull it up a little bit to squash this area up more. Yeah. And let's just twist it more. Let's see, rotate twist. Let's see. I like what I did, so I'm gonna save it. Stretch gouache a bit more. It's a little too much, actually. It's not working. That feels better to me. Let's go grab brush. Smooth this away. Let's use the rubbish again. The topology is much higher, so I think we're having harder time controlling it. Switch to solid mode. I always lose, like, I lose the knee. Potentially, I should just keep it a separate model. That might make a lot of sense. Let's try that. I think that makes more sense to me. It's such a pivotal thing. Yeah, it's so laggy. What's the file size now? Oh, now we're in over a gig. I think it's also because I copied the body. 1.3 gigs. This shape could also be different. Let me see. Let's grab this. Let's make this the knee. And then let's go back here. I'm just gonna like blast it away. This will be interesting. I never did this before. I always had trouble with it, so maybe it just makes sense to have the knee separate. Just kind of making it flatter, and I could just build up stuff around it again. Okay. That's pretty gone right there. Grab this guy. It takes so long to get out of sculpt mode there. I'll smooth this for now. Call this knee. Let's mirror it. This. Grab brush. Let's see. To define some planes on it. Make this the bottom plane. Make this the top plane. Actually, let's make it smaller. Pinch them. Okay. Now, as that as a reference point, what's happening? Maybe I should chop the leg off and then fix it. That's an interesting idea. I could try that. Or I could just keep working it. It might be faster to chop it. Let's see. Let's try chopping it. Let's grab this side. Let's chop this off. Separate by selection. That's my CPU at. What is it cooking my computer right now? Oh yeah, it's cooking the CPU. Only for that loading though. Well, why is it all red? What happened there? Oh, that's not good. Let's go undo that. To the point before I selected it. Okay. Let's chop off up to here. Separate by selection. Let's watch the CPU cook now. Actually, it wasn't that bad. Oh, that was fast. It was actually not bad. Okay. So my idea was I would just bring this up here. Let's actually delete this other side. Let's use the mirror modifier. Don't clip it, or don't merge it. FA. Let's see what it looks like. Now I can do origin to center. It's also clear transforms. So I could do this. I could rotate there. I think we have some weird artifacts, so let's see what I did. That's actually really, maybe that was a bad idea to save there, but we'll risk it. Edit mode, let's select loose geometry. Oh yeah, and delete those, delete faces, delete edges. Cool. I probably have to do the same thing to the other side. I should probably fill this hole as well. So I go select on manifold, fill that hole. Bottom's fine. Okay. So back to placing it here. How does that feel? Now that I'm doing that, I feel like the knee should be higher. Right here, maybe. So far, I like this method a lot because I'm not pushing and pulling the shape of the leg. I'm just like transitioning the whole thing, so it feels faster so far. I just hope I can surgically place them back together correctly. Okay, maybe the knee is too big. Let's make it smaller. Let's do move project. Let's make it go sideways like this. I think it looks cooler. That. They're gonna end up being shorter, I think. Let's edit the top body while we're here. Edit mode. Wow, it's so slow. Select what are you selecting? Loose geometry. Actually, don't see any loose geometry here. Oh wait, yeah. Wait, is that a point? I don't see anything. This side might be clean. Let me try one more time, though. I just want to make sure. Let's try non-manifold. Fill the hole. Okay. Save. And something feels like it doesn't work. I think this needs to come up higher. I think this stuff happens higher. Like here. I think the mesh is too high, so it's really hard to work. It's like lagging. Try sphere. Okay, so projection lags, but sphere doesn't lag. Alright, wait, did I say it backwards? Projection lags. So it's not projected. I think we need to go lower. It's just I feel like it's unworkable. Too laggy. We ironically lose control, I think. So I'm gonna combine these, but I'm gonna also combine them at a lower res, I think. So that's where the knee is. I'll bring that higher. Oh, it's moving it symmetrically in the middle. Let's see if I undo that. Yeah. Yeah, I think I should do that in the future. Just have this part, the legs separate. Feels really good. And the knee. So knee separate. And then the lower leg separate. Not sure how I would merge the back side here. It's a little boring. Let's pull this. This looks bad. Blasting the smooth tool. Kind of being lazy. Using lots of the grab brush for this. I mean, mouse. Might be a big mistake. But I want to see. Just get rid of that. Get more interesting curvature happening on the silhouette there. Pull this stuff in more and see what happens. I think I'm going into like autopilot and not really thinking about anything, which is bad. Not looking at reference, just kind of doodling. Maybe if we started over, we would have gotten further faster, ironically. I could start over and then I could chop the leg off right away. Could be a possibility. Let's fix this. Oh. Roughly how close it would be. Just kind of risky for when I pose or when I rig. We could do a second pass of comparison to see if we got closer or something or got further from it. Let's see where the early boot blockout is. It's okay. It's better than it was before, I think. Yeah, I think it works better here, but save. And then let's see. Let's compare the last one. Actually, what I could do also is save here. Or just snap, I mean. And then save. Let's hide this, show this, and then go select objects. And then we'll just compare the two. We could bring the boop just to have as a comparison here. Okay. It's looking rendered. All right, let's see. Let's try rendered. Okay. Let's do another screenshot and compare. Oh wait. Okay. Save, and I'll do a spin. Turn up the lights, it's dark. So I think the belly button works better here. I realized that the belly button part isn't really the apex of the curve. It's like actually pushed in, and the curvature happens, or the apex happens like around it, not in it, at it. So that helped a lot. We brought the legs going in a bit more, angled in more, which maybe helps the shape of the legs a bit. This one has like a very truncated hip, so it's like right here to here. This one's like a bit longer, I think. This one looks more stylized, where it's just like straight ahead here. You got one big curve. This one has like a divot. This one, it looks like it lost definitions here, but it also looks more realistic. I think with the line I drew there. This line. Looking at the deltoids, it feels more feminine. I think this was too, I think it's more stylized, so it's not wrong. But this feels softer, like a smoother transition. It's like longer, flatter. This has stronger lighting, so that's also a little unfair, maybe. But again, I kind of feel like this one feels stronger generally, which is kind of upsetting me because it's like we spent all this time trying to push it and it didn't go the right direction, I guess. I think the hips, like right here, it feels really strong. It feels accurate to me. Like this area, like here to here feels okay. It needs more work though, but I get to hit like the boob wasn't made to match right now, so it's kind of unfair to compare them. This one still feels weaker though, so let's look at the arm. So we kind of let this be longer again, and I feel that works better. About the neck transition. This looks boring now. This looks more interesting, which is good. So overall, this area feels better. I think we added a bit more like curves in the hand, like this part comes up higher, which makes it more interesting. This gets blown out. Let's see the other side. Yeah, that's about the same. The lighting's a bit stronger here. We added a dimple here. Let's check the back. This one's still more interesting. It's like curve, the shape, but it could be the lighting too, so it's a little unfair. We put divots here. This one doesn't really have it. Shape of the butt. I feel like this one still works better. The spacing between. This one feels still better. I think I want to delete it. I think I want to start over. So I think we wasted 2 hours. I'm gonna hit the delete button. I think it's worth deleting. We always say we'll delete it, but we never do, because it's always precious. But I think, I mean, maybe no. Maybe we shouldn't delete it. Like definitely some parts are better, but I don't think I feel like I saved it. Like this still sucks to me. Let's delete it. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Hit the delete button on it. Let it be an ego killer. I failed. Let it be. Let's delete it. So I'll take a picture as a farewell. So let's go back to the point where it's kind of back in place. Let's select the the new character we were looking on. Make sure it's that one. It is. And we hit the delete button. Boop. 2 hours of work just destroyed right there. Rip. 6:11 p.m. That was the time that model died. And then I'm going to select everything in this folder, duplicate it, and then we'll send that to the character folder. We'll hide our backup. So let me just make sure it's here. I've never done that. I've always said I would go back, but I never let it happen because of my ego. Like, no, it's better in some ways. I swear it's better. And it's like, if I fail, you know, I still got like knowledge out of it. I still got practice, but the energy I spent is gone. We're gonna hit the save button to make it official now. I don't want to hit the save button. I hit the save button. Goodbye. Boop. It's gone. Where's that coffee? It's 6 right now. Let's take a deep breath. What's the density of this polygon? It's 1 mil. Okay, so we still have that back up again, so we can always go back again if we need to. But let's try to apply the things we learned on that last model. Try to make this one better. So I liked the butt overall. So, and I think there were certain things like the deltoid, like yes, it's exaggerated. So I think we want to lean into that style. Um, I'm gonna delete this piece. It only took me, I think, 10 minutes or less messing around with that to make so I could delete that, get that out of the way. I want to make this uh, longer and thinner, I think. I want to pull this up more. I think I want to use this scrape brush here. Oh no, let's see, let's the time is so right now it's 6:12 roughly. So we'll look at the time at 7 and we'll do a comparison to where I kept going on the other model that I couldn't save basically. And we'll say like, okay, like in the past hour, did I do better? Was I able to do something that I couldn't do in the um the like starting over? My brain. I think it's also unfair though because I'm more tired now, so it's a little bit probably be a little slower. But I think it's hard to tell like what's the right call, like when should I start over or when to keep going. I think also time it's a time factor where maybe you only have like 4 hours in a day. So in my case there I spent 2 hours, so half the day. But today I'm off, so I have like 6 hours at least, 7 hours. So I have the luxury of time to be like, that didn't work for 2 hours. Let's try something else. And so you're able to try something else for the next 2 hours. Versus if you have to go to work or something. It's like, oh, that was a day. And you can't really explore. I'm going to try to make the shape of the belly button more pronounced. Ooh, that's not working. Why does it feel so weird? I think I blasted up my brush controls because it was getting so high poly that I was like, I'm not feeling anything. I need this stronger. Let's see if I can pinch it. Okay. What am I gonna do here? Do I want to chop the legs off again or no? Um, let's go to solid view. Am I smoothing? It feels so weak. There you go. Maybe, again, maybe like we don't actually do all the sculpting here. Maybe we do the sculpting after posing. So doing stuff here kind of would get lost to some extent too. Like where the hands, like the elbows bend or something. You have to resculpt it in pose. So it doesn't make sense too much to go crazy here. What if I pull this in? Does that feel better? Trying to get that shape. So we added like divots basically. Maybe it's okay that it's truncated like this. Let me think here. What do we do? What do we do? Feels so weak. Why is this happening? Why does this look like that? Oh, it's projected, that's why. That's weird. Let's make it weaker. And now it's too weak. Feel earthquakes happening right now. We've been drawing really fast too, so maybe that's a factor. I can feel an earthquake happening. Where we take our time and draw a stroke. Um, how do I pull this out? If we do this. Maybe pinch this area. Pinch this area. I just think of like Squidward's legs and that one episode where he's eating, gets addicted to Krabby Patties. He's got super thick thighs. How does that feel? So purposely kind of stylizing it. Looks a little boring again. I don't know why this angle is so boring. Why is this boring right here? It's like up and down. But I don't know what to add here. Right here, it's like super boring. Let's try adding a very slow draw sharp curve here. This inner curve, this doesn't work. Let's try sphere grab silhouette. So we weren't using grab silhouette earlier, so that's one of the things we just started using more. Let's do a slow, methodical pull and see what that feels like. Slow, methodical pull there. Okay, so that's more interesting. The bottom bellows out like that. Let's pull this up more. See how that feels. Is that more interesting? Kinda. Kinda looking like drumsticks. What if we do this? What does that make us feel? Yeah. What if you pull in more like this? Kinda like that. Let's see. Let's undo that for a sec. Nah. Oh, this is what the grab silhouette does. It finds like a weird edge and then it lets you pull on it. So like it's pulling any like sharp corners are like auto masked basically. Huh. Let's see, I'm gonna turn on projected, see if this helps me here. Let's see, I'm gonna smooth this edge here. Let's use the grab brush again. See if that looks more interesting. And like, let's say we push this out. This help us. Oh wait. Turn this off. Like, let's say this was really far out like that. Would that look better? Not from the front. Let's undo it. Like, let's grab this edge and pull it out and see what that looks like from the front. What if this was shot back? Like, how does that feel? Oh, wow, that's interesting. Wow, that's really interesting. I did not expect that to feel right. It's like more, it feels like a loaded spring. Huh. That actually worked. Interesting. Let's pull this. Oh, wait. No, I lost it. That perfect pull. I'll never be able to pull back like that ever again. The perfect angle is gone. I don't know what I did. So it doesn't look that different from the front. I think it looks better here. I think there's more mass back here, which I was having trouble with earlier. Let's see. Does that make sense, curving that out? I think it makes sense. Let's see. Let's do the same thing again from the bottom. That looks really exaggerated. It's like the knees are locked back. Huh. Let's see if we can do anything here. What happens if we push that in? Let's undo, redo. Hmm. Undo, redo, undo, redo. Kind of works. It's flatter versus. It makes it more of like a triangle in the back. Volume or more triangle. I think it works. Okay. That's crazy. Let's see. So I think it's 15 minutes in for me starting, and it's already better than. Maybe I should have kept my bad version so I could have compared it. Or no, I can. I could still compare the snapshots. So let's try to fix this stomach area. I need a better reference. Let's try to see if we can get this to work. Let's see. I could also make a copy of this too. Let's do that. I feel like the legs work, so I want to make a copy. Select objects, duplicate, and then we'll put it into a new folder and we'll call it R3. And I'll put char3 into backup and hide it. And I can compare, make sure it's there. Yeah, cool. And now I'll save, and then I'm going to modify this to stomach area now. Okay, let's see. Let's start with like smoothing it out maybe. Okay. Let's actually make this not go as far from the side. Maybe the front's fine, but not the side. So use smooth projected to kind of get that edge silhouette to smooth out more. So it's okay if it protrudes from the profile. I think I need to make the belly button smaller, I think. See what it looks like here. Let's see if we could define this area more. Use the draw sharp. Does that feel okay? Let's try that again. Does that feel okay? I think it's too low. Yeah. Try again. Mm. Let's hide the boob. I think it's in the way. Call this boob. And we'll see. I have to erase it at this point. They did some stuff. Hmm. What if we pull this forward more and also pump this out? Let's use the projected grab. Actually, no, let's use grab silhouette and see how that works. Do redo. Yeah, that feels okay. Maybe I'll smooth it away a bit more. How do I bring out this shape here? We're adding like, wow, there's another earthquake. Wow, that's crazy. They're small ones, but I could feel them. Let's see, let's carve away. Let's make this sharp carve here. Okay. Let's see what's happening up here. Let's try drawing, because we were drawing from the top to bottom. Let's try bottom to top now. That actually feels pretty good. Let me try a thicker push here. Okay. What can we do here? So we want to draw something in the middle. Let's save. It's a pretty sharp one, so let's make the curve sharper. Draw down the middle. Wow, that's cool. It doesn't really happen up here. Let's see. Oh, let's try to draw this area a little bit. Okay. I have to keep saying to myself, it's stylized, so like don't don't make it the proportions too regular. I could try pinching here. That feels pretty good. We could draw the pec muscle. Let me get a reference for pec. I don't remember what it looks like. Okay. So it kind of fans into it fans like just under the deltoid. And on a super buff dude, it's like it's uh it's like a box. Uh-oh. It's my cat. Some buff dudes on here. Okay. Save. I don't want to make the thing too exaggerated, but let's see how it looks. I'll try it, and if I don't like it, I'll just delete it, or I'll undo it. So Peck is like doing this. I don't mind it. I think it's kind of nice to do like a single line that's really clean instead of like a bunch of smaller ones. Gotta try to do that more often. Okay. It's cool because you can also see the curve happening there. Let's say I wanted to pull up this mass more, like how can I do that? Let's go to draw brush. Let's try like a stronger big brush like this. Oh wait, that's carving away. So this is adding that curvy mass there. Then we go back in with a smooth brush and just allow it to lead to its surrounding areas. So it's like a smooth curve. Wow, that's actually much better than what I was doing. And then I'm trying my best not to smooth out the defining lines like this center line. So it's almost like placing the mass and then now I'm just like rubbing it in. I'm not like constantly spamming little droplets here and there. Okay, I kind of want this to go further down. How can I do this? Like, let's say this way. Smooth it out here. So we get a bump there. Let's back out. Smoothing in between, kind of making the planes more obvious there. Okay. Wow, another earthquake. Oh. Okay. Looking from the side, I feel like I could add more mass here. So the trick is like, okay, so I don't want to add like a drop of mass. I want to add like a line of mass. Let's try to weaken this brush and then see if I could fade in. And then push harder. Oh wait, I'm pushing the wrong way. Let's also turn on this. Should do a test. I think it weakens it too much. Let's turn that off. That was me subtracting. Just wanted to see how the mass would be added. Maybe inflate's better here. Let's give Pearl Sharp another shot though. So this is doubling up right there now. Let's see. What if we draw it this way? No, that's not going to be good. So let's try this way. And then smooth it. Let me make the smooth brush a little weaker. I think that worked. Let's try adding more mass. So we're adding it in a very controlled way. And then smoothing, you can just smooth it however you want, but then the adding mass part is really controlled. I think it's still too strong though. How does that feel? Looks a little rough. Let's try to switch to surface blending, surface smoothing. See if that helps get rid of the noise detail. Yeah, that helped a lot. Okay. Switch back. Let's try carving away the bottom tiny bit. Make it weaker. This brush on. You can also do, I think they're called, what's that called? Ceratil or something? Can't remember. Serratus? Serratus muscles? Like suggest that. Serratus oblique or something, I don't remember what it's called. External oblique? No. Serratus interior or something? Yeah, I don't know. No, not do that. Maybe just like one line to like suggest something. So, oh, there's something there. Let's make this more. Oh wait, I'm adding. Well, actually, I do want to add. Let's see. Let's add some mass there. Okay. I should have taken a snapshot to compare what was happening before. This geometry's at 0.5 mil, which feels really good. So what's interesting is like, okay, so we just kind of placed the shape of it, and now I can go back with the move brush and like look at the shape of this curve, and then be like, I think it'd be cool if it had more of like an S curve. Still not really sure what how does that feel if I flatten that? I kind of like that actually, where it like kicks in. I kind of don't know what grab silhouette does really. It feels good, but I don't understand it fully yet. Maybe I like, let's try surface smoothing again. Where's this? Where am I? This one. I don't think I also symmetrized this one. Yeah, we didn't symmetrize it, so potentially it's better if I symmetrize it. I don't know. Save for a sec. I think working at 90, I think working at 90 millimeters feels better. Let's pop it back to 50 and see what it would have looked like if we were working 50 still. So this is what we were working at before. I think 45 or something. 45 might be human eye. This is like human. It looks cool though, like it doesn't feel bad. But maybe like when you actually sculpt, you're like it's inefficient maybe. Let's go back to 90. So it pops the details. So like I could be like, oh okay, I could see this crease edge. Let's see, let's pop it back to 50. Ah, so if I'm looking here, the details up here are kind of way up here warped, and it's like it's more warped up there. Let's go back to 90. So I could be working here, and this is still in perspective more. It's hard to tell, honestly. It does feel better. Yeah. Save. Let's work on the boob, and then I'll probably try rigging. Save. Let's make this mirrored. Delete this one. Let's make sure the geometry is not broken. Looks okay. Let's mirror it. Let's make sure merge is off. And let's also mirror it based on our center cube. Did I pop it? Oh, it did. So yeah, that's important to have there. Let's also freeze transforms on it, just in case. And we'll start modifying this. Maybe I'll drink coffee before I do this. It's 7. I don't remember what time I said I would check. It's all become a blur. Let me take a second here. Okay. I'm actually going to use the bathroom real quick. Try to work on this part. Mirrored it. I could also do a multi-res on it, or I could do a remesh on it. Let's push it as far as we can right now, and then we'll see if doing like a remesh works for it. Wait, why is this not modified? What's happening? Let me save. What's happening? Why can't I modify it? Oh, wait, what? Okay, I don't know what happened. So we're kind of flattening out more the shape there. Oh, that's weird. Oh no, I thought that was causing it to react weird. Lo-fi is really chill for like for streaming. I don't know if I'm allowed to stream this one though. So like it's from another YouTube channel. So I'm happy with the bottom silhouette, but then the front is horrible. Also, I'm not sure how to connect this. Let's see. Wait, did I make a copy of this? I did not make a copy of this. Make a copy. Did I make a copy? No. Yeah, I did make a copy. So before I go any further, save. See what it looks like here. Okay, I'll save, make a copy, and I'll hide it and I'll tuck it into backup. Oh, if I go too far with it, I could just bring this back. Okay. We can try this where the front is flat. The top is flat. But the bottom turns into a droplet. Try this. See how it looks from this angle. I wonder if I should use inflate for this. This is with and without inflate. Inflate might be too strong. I feel like I'll get carried away. See how it feels. The angle feels bad on it too. Let's try this. See if inflate works better there. Can't tell. Hmm. See how it's affecting it there. So it rounded it out quite a bit though. What if I pull it in? Oh wait, what happened there? Grab. Oh, grab what's on. What if I pull it this way? So it looks too boxy from this angle. What if I didn't do that? Oh, it still looks boxy. How's it from the front? I think it's too wide from the front. Should pull it out, I think. What's smooth doing to it? How dense is this? Smooth. Oh, it's on surface. That's why it's not doing anything. There you go. Just rounding off now. Let's make it weaker. Let's use inflate again. Okay. Trying to make it less boxy. Let's see how it happens if I pull this up and in more. Oh wait, I can't do that. I wish they made it so you can modify the copy. Is there any way to do that? What's this? Oh, I got an idea. Wait, you could flip it, can't you? Well, you could do this, so you wouldn't mess with this. Let me save just in case I break it. So, what if I go? I think I gotta go to edit mode, mirror, global X. What the hell did I do? Let's undo that. Local X? What the hell? I like inverted it. What the? Wow, that's trippy. That's not what I expected. Huh. Turn that off. That hurts my eyes. I thought I could mirror it there and then sculpt on it, and then the mirror would automatically transfer it on the other side, but that did not work. That would have been cool. And then you could save it to a hotkey and just hit that mirror button every time you work on the other side. The other way is you could apply the mirror. I'm trying to think why I would not need it, or why I would need it. I think when you inflate, when it's already a single mesh, then you can't inflate into it itself, which is the problem. Can I flip my canvas? Like in Photoshop? Don't think so. What if I scale by -1? What if I make this... Nah. Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Maybe I can scale by -1. Let's see what happens. So, scale -1. Oops, that's not right. I don't know. I don't want to mess with that. I kind of tried some stuff, did not work, so let's just go back to sculpting. Just make sure it's still here. Yeah. Let's see. Let's use the projected grab brush. Let's see if I can change the shape there. Kind of making that curve more exaggerated. The thing is, I kind of wanted to put this clothing on this character so this didn't make a lot of sense for it to just droop like this or just be open. So might be wasting time here. It's like I guess it's more for the to feel like okay, this is working compared to this. Like if it looks okay this way, then I don't know. Turn this back to sphere mode. I think this gets flattened more. Let's try using the pinch brush. Looking at the settings. I think this point comes up higher. Can we use... What if we use the pose brush there? Does that work? What the... Let's try to rotate twist. Scale squash stretch. I'm not sure. Whoa! That looks funny. That does not do what I want though. It's interesting. What else is there? We could try the snake brush. Kind of does the same. Oh wait, we're on the same brush. That's why I was like, that looks exactly the same. Let's change the fall off as well. Let's see what that looks like compared to not doing that. See how that feels compared to not doing it. It flattened it out though, but it's kind of giving me a shape. That's interesting. That's like flattening it like that. Let's try making it even rounded, more rounded here. Is this like a nudge brush now? I never really used nudge. Let's see what nudge does. Where's nudge? Nudge. There it is. I don't see anything happening. Let's just strength that. Let's make it really strong, see what happens. That's interesting. Let's look at the geometry. Oh, so it's like... That's interesting. Huh. It's like it's like this brush. It's like slide relax, but it's like localized and weak. Weird. So where do you want? Blah, blah, blah. Maybe I'm scared about adding too much geometry because then you start to it starts to get harder to control and it picks up on like a bunch of noise that you don't want. We could try the go to route of um, quad remeshing it and stay super low, or we could do a dynamesh. Let's see what dynamesh would do, or not dynamesh. Let's see. Decimate, remesh, decimate. Let's see what decimate. Collapse, unsubdivide. That's not what I want. Let's see what remesh looks like. Just to see. Smooth. Interesting. Yeah, but it's getting a lot of geometry. Don't necessarily want that. Voxel. Could also see what quad remesher would do. So let's see, quad remesh it. Default settings. Did it finish it? That's fast. Yeah, it did it. What's the comparison for the amount of triangles? It's actually a little bit more, but they're about the same. Let's see what the geometries look like. So let's hide that original one. So it's more evenly distributed. Potentially, if it's evenly distributed, that means, like, let's say we locked in at this shape. We're like, okay, this shape is generally really good. And then I can quad remesh it, and then the spacing of the geometry is really evenly spread. So that becomes workable at that point, and want to stay at that shape compared to this one, where we look at the geometry. It's actually, yeah, so it gets pinched up here and pinched down here. I'm gonna bring these closer to each other so I could just tab between them here. Call this boob 2. So let's look at the shading artifacts on it. Oh, you know, I told the smooth shade, so that's a little unfair. Let's go flat shade. So compare the flat shades. This is actually slightly more dense. Let's look at the resolution. Yeah, so it's more evenly dense. Let's actually look at the back as well. So we got a point here. Does the other one have a point? It doesn't have a point. Okay. So the question is, do I go with the quad remeshed one? Got the same polys. Oh, wait, let's try it. Why not? So I'll delete this one. Also, this part's getting stretched too, so that could be an argument to use the quad remeshed one. So let's delete that, bring back this one. Shade smooth again. Save. So we'll keep working from this one. I think in 20 minutes I'm going to bring up the old version and then we'll compare the two, and I'll take a snapshot. And then I could also compare snapshots of the one I deleted. Oh, whoops. I have to start over. Oh, actually, wait, I have an idea. We don't have to start over. Let's do this. So we forgot to turn this on, but let me do some tries. Okay, cool. So turn this on. Symmetrize. Nice. Okay, cool. Nice. 7. So my coffee energy is like wearing off now, so slowly gonna start making more mistakes and spend like extra time making processing dial-up brain. Let's see. I don't like how flat this looks here. I want to try something though, so let's go to view. Let's go to projected, grab, pull this in. What I'm trying to do, I'm thinking about is I'm moving right now where the boob connects to the body, and I want that to have this kind of connection point like this. And then after, generally like the angle of connection there. Wait, I gotta turn this off. Then I think I want to go back over it and use the inflate. What's it set to? Let's try, I feel like inflate's kind of hit or miss, so let's try draw sharp here. See if draw sharp can do better here. Okay. Shape needs to change a lot. Let's use projected smooth. Turn this on as well. Rounding it off more. Oh, oh no, there's a point right here. So in this case, the other version was better because it tucked away the pole. So if you look closely, you can see it, and it's harder to smooth and everything. Ah, I'll keep working it. And then I can also quad mesh it to the point where it's gone, like it's tucked away or something. Let's see, let's try inflate again. Let's try doing this with the inflate, see if that helps us. Okay, that's bad. That's basically making it look like draw sharp. So that's bad. What if it's linear? Maybe that works better. Yeah, that kind of works. Go to smooth. take a step back. This doesn't feel good to me. You could always go back if it just doesn't work too, so. Okay. Move the, maybe place it attaches here. Move closer in the middle maybe. See how that feels. You can also adjust the way the angle happens here. This front part looks too flat. So instead of using the inflate brush, we're using the grab brush, which feels better. What about the bottom? That's not working. Let's turn this off. Does pushing this in make sense? Let's see from rendered point of view. True point of view. Let's pull it in and down more. Let's see how that feels. So it kind of matches the line right here. Oh, that feels better. That. What if we pinched it? Let's do a pinch project, see what that does. Pinch sphere. Let's undo, redo. I think it's easy to like get lost, like lose control and start making it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. You have to stop at some point. I'm trying to make the point where the bottom curve and the top curve meet like right here. Let's see, what's this button? Clipping options. Save what I did so far. Trying to pull out the curve shape more than the bottom there. And this top part curves this way. This bottom curves this way. Okay, I think this is enough. I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. It can go on forever. Save. And then we could do a comparison from this one to the last backup. So roughly we spent an hour. So we deleted the, I think we spent 2 hours on a model that just didn't work. And then we went back to this one and let our ego go and started over. And it turned out better in half the time. So it was a scary thing to do, to delete the 2 hour model, but it was worth it. And I guess I could watch the stream again and look at the old model too, so I can see and compare like what went wrong or what was not working and stuff. So let's compare it to this one. Save. Then I'll tuck this one away. Show this one. So this is from the starting point, the save point. Select. I feel my brain slowly stopping the work. I think I'm gonna stop working on this project today, and then I'll switch to the blockout modeling stuff for the indie game project. I think that'll be good. Kind of. Where are we? Okay, so I'm gonna compare. That's the new one, and this is the last one. Okay. So let's see how it looks. So the boobs look more comfortable. They're spread out. The shape's more interesting. The abs work much better. There's more clear indication that there's like a separation between like the hip and the abs. The legs are more exaggerated, which is cool. The knees look about the same. The bottom feet look about the same. The belly button feels stronger. It's about the same. The middle chest area feels a little stronger, but it looks too exaggerated maybe. Looking at the shoulder, kind of the same. Let's look at to the side here, but the transition from like leg to hip feels okay. About the same. Let's see if the butt feels better in the old one. They're kind of comparatively the same. This one looks more boxy and like more like a trapezoid, I think. I kind of like the old butt better. Let's see from the bottom, maybe that's also why. They look kind of the same, but I kind of like the old butt better. Potentially we could just copy paste the old butt over. I feel like this one just works too. Like it's kind of such a subtle difference. Like it's like they both work. This one's just more exaggerated. Looking at the back, this one still feels stronger to me. Like that strong cut in the back there. Looking at the butt comparison, they look the same from here. I like this one better still, so I can copy over the old butt. See what the back of the leg looks like. It's about the same. Oh, that's right, we did a bunch of changes to like the flow of the leg. It's hard to tell from this angle. They kind of look the same. Let's look at this part. this thickness is slightly more interesting, but yeah, like this part, I don't know what happens here. It just looks so bad. Like it looks so boring. It's just, there's something I don't understand, the anatomy, but this is slightly more interesting. I think it's this curve right here. Or maybe this needs to kick out. I don't know exactly. But this one looks more like better. I could try to copy the butt over and see. Like I like the curvature, like this point. This looks more super subtle. Potentially it won't work though if I copy it over. But yeah, I'm gonna try to copy it over and see if it actually transfers. So let's undo, save, and then let's hide the new one. This is the old one. Let's see what it's called. Let's call this one but with an X. And then I'll copy hide or actually, I'll put this over to character. Hide this backup. Go back to the new one. See overlap happening. Let's see. Let's hide this. Show this. So this one's actually bigger. Yeah. So I'll delete that old one. And I could fix the translation here. So it didn't actually fully fit in. Try to pull it in. Is this? Oh. It's not mirrored anymore. Let's use projected grab. I think this is the last thing I do today with this model, and then I'll go to the other one. Trying to transition it better. Oh god. Okay, I think that's good. Yeah, I think that works. I'm looking at the silhouette there. Yeah. Cool. So that's like the last thing I'm doing before my brain just stops working. Let's see what intro preview does. Render does. Okay. Let's save. And then I think I'm gonna stop the stream and then restart it, and then I'm gonna start blocking out the model for the nonprofit indie game. I'm not sure what to call it right now. Save, and then I'll close the stream.